Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee Bill 5 in BC Investment Corporation Act. In the Douglas Fir Room, Section A, I call the estimates, continue to debate the estimates of the Minister of Citizen Services. In Committee C, the Birch Room, I call continued debate on the estimates for the Minister of Environment. And when those finish, I also call the estimates for the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Initiatives.
Committee Chair.
Calling the committee to order on Bill 5 in BC Investment Corporation Act, Minister of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Got a weird echo coming in my headset, so apologize. There we go, that's better. Thank you so much. Honourable Speaker, I'd like to start off by introducing the following staff who are in a room nearby and on my headset. I'd like to introduce Associate Deputy Minister James Harvey, QC, and also Executive Director Jessica Prince, who will be supporting me today, and I look forward to hearing questions from the honourable member.
Thank you, Minister. The bill has 36 clauses and a title that we will deal one at a time. Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So carried. Shall Clause 2 pass? Member Camus South-Thompson on Clause 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm pleased on behalf of the official opposition to today lead our questioning through the committee stage of Bill 5. And I do look forward to the back and forth with the minister. Lots of questions, for the most part, seeking clarity on a number of different sections. And just to sort of, for some housekeeping purposes here, we have a whole bunch of sort of more generalized questions here on section 2 that I'm hoping it's okay with the minister if we kind of ask these more general questions here, and then we'll move on as fast as we can through this important piece of legislation. So the first question I wanted to ask the minister was, a mandate letter for the corporation in BC hasn't yet been published. And obviously, that's a critical tool that provides a fair bit of transparency in terms of the government's expectations around public bodies. So I'm just wondering if the minister could let us know when we could expect a mandate letter to be released. What does the timing look like around that for the NBC Corporation?
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the member for the first question. We are just finishing up the work on the mandate letter, and we hope to have the mandate letter up on the website, public, very soon.
Member.
Will the mandate letter contain investment priorities for the corporation, and can the mandate letter alter the investment priorities for the corporation after they've already been set?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So the, just going to put on mute here, the mandate letter sets out high-level objectives of the organization. The investment policy will go into a lot more detail, and the consultation around that and the development of that is still ongoing.
Member Kamloops South Thompson.
So I just wanted to ask a question around the data that the minister likely relied upon in order to make the decision or to recommend to his colleagues that NBC Investment Corporation be created and that this approach be embraced. So, and there's been a lot of talk in the messaging wrapped around this initiative about the concerns that that government has about small businesses not being able to scale up and grow in British Columbia, and therefore a desire to anchor businesses here, the ability to stem any brain drain that it may be leaving the province, and so forth. So I'm wondering if the minister could share with us, what data he is using to kind of underpin the decision that was taken here to create this corporation and embrace this approach, and the data specifically around BC companies having difficulties in accessing capital in order to be able to start up and scale up. The data that that might support claims that we have been, we've been losing businesses that have been leaving the province in the tech sector generally, and this initiative will help stem that. If the minister could lay out for us, as part of that data collection, was there engagement with the broader sector and stakeholders, and maybe speak a bit about what that effort looked like.
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, well, there's a couple things. One, the honourable member will know that this was in my mandate letter that the Premier had given me. So this is about taking important steps to advance that mandate commitment by the Premier and by the government. Also, I guess it's not necessarily only about what we're losing, it's about what we can potentially gain. We know from many engagements we've had with the business community that there's a real need, a real opportunity to, with this capital, to be able to grow and expand our current businesses, but also to be able to support new innovation, new technology. The honourable member asked questions around our engagement. I've got pages and pages of quotes from stakeholders that talk about the need for access to capital. I referred to that in my wrap-up of second reading, if he does want to see it on the record. But also, there was over 200 engagements on both the market sounding as well as so we had for the last 6 to 8 months, there was broadly engaged stakeholders across the country. We had 200 conversations with individuals and organizations with expertise in this area to get advice on what it is we need and how we can structure it.
Member Kamloops South Thompson on Clause 2.
So I'm just wondering, as the minister knows well, the BC Renaissance Fund was set up a number of years ago. The BC Tech Fund was established in 2016, or was funded in 2016 by the former government. $100 million was put into that. It's managed by an independent third-party venture capital firm. And when you look at the results of the BC Tech Fund, we can talk about the Renaissance Fund as well, but the BC Tech Fund, since 2016 and the creation of that fund, there's been about $41 million of the $100 million that was put into that fund has been deployed, and that has resulted in pretty significant scaling up of additional investment that's been attracted from other venture capital firms, that sort of layering on effect. All of this, of course, is done independent of government and not through a beefed up or juiced up Crown Corporation with a whole bunch of salary and so forth. So I'm just wondering if the minister could inform the House if government considered just adding additional funding to the BC Tech Fund, for example, and deploy those dollars, have those dollars deployed by an independent venture capital firm. Kensington Capital Partners currently manages the Tech Fund. Did the government consider just embracing the current fund that was in place and putting putting some more money into it? And if not, why? And why did the government decide to, what were the pros and cons of sticking with the BC Tech Fund versus the approach that the government has taken with the creation of NBC?
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker. Sorry, staff are going to jump in. Headset went off. So thanks to the honourable member for mentioning the BC Tech Fund. The BC Tech Fund, in BC legislation we're proposing, in fact, has greater transparency than was with the BC Tech Fund. The BC Tech Fund, for example, a minister could pick up the phone, call folks at the investment firm that was involved in this investment and make suggestions about certain companies in BC that maybe needed support. Now, of course, the investment fund could make their own decision, but that call could still happen. The Attorney General, the current Attorney General, spent many years debating in estimates, trying to get answers on what was being invested in with the BC Tech Fund, and he couldn't get answers. And so what we're doing with this is not only are we putting in legislation that no minister or no one from government can go directly to a chief investment officer to direct or even suggest a company to build in that transparency. We're also building that into the board so that a board member cannot go to the chief investment officer and say, I've got a company here I think you should consider investing in. And this was advice that we were given by all the engagements we've had, that independence is critically important, independence of government, but also independence from the board. And the board's role, Honourable Speaker, is to provide accountability and to ensure that the business case that were being used is being used in the best, with the best methods possible. But the other piece around the Tech Fund, Honourable Speaker, is, and what's different than the Tech Fund in BC is NBC is a triple bottom line fund. It has the values of government. Mark Harney just recently wrote a book, Honourable Speaker, where he talked about how public values need to help shape private values, and NBC is that type of fund.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the Minister covered a number of different bases there, and we'll get to transparency and a few of the other topics a little bit later. But again, I would like to just ask, or maybe suggest to the Minister that we should, if the goal here is to through the NBC Investment Corporation, this approach that the government has taken is to actually attract additional funds. We should be very careful about creating any impression that we're not happy with the private equity markets out there and companies that are the venture capital companies that are out there that we're trying to attract. And so he kind of suggested in his last response that there was no transparency around the investments that are made in the BC Tech Fund, and that there's undue influence and so forth. There's never been any documented evidence of that whatsoever. And if there has been, I'd be happy for the minister to correct the record and point that out to me. I just want to ask, and I'm referencing this is page 10 of the NBC Investment Corp Service Plan, the performance measures table at the top of the page, and where it kind of breaks out the BC Renaissance Fund and the BC Tech Fund. The BC Tech Fund, the baseline call on the BC Tech Fund is $41.5 million for the 1920 fiscal year. That grows to just over 51 million for the 2021 fiscal year. But when we look at the next line in this table, the cumulative investment by fund managers and syndicate partners in BC companies, meaning the layering on effect of the investment or the call on the BC Tech Fund's resources, has been quite significant to date and is anticipated to grow dramatically over the forthcoming 4 years. 2023-24, 80 million of the tech fund's $100 million is anticipated to have been called, and that will have attracted cumulative investment from other fund managers and syndicate partners to the tune of 10 times more, about $850 million, again, on a cumulative basis. So I just wanted to make sure I'm really clear. Did the minister not believe, or does he not believe that the BC Tech Fund approach has been successful in deploying resources, managing that risk as best as possible, and clearly attracting a tenfold additional leveraging of those dollars to invest in BC businesses? Is the minister not happy with that track record of the BC Tech Fund?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'll start off by commenting on the suggestion by the Honourable Member. It was an example, but certainly I would say that we've worked closely with investment funds. We've been getting advice from them on how to structure this. This is well received by those that we've been able to engage with. They see the opportunities here, but this is not about the BC Tech Fund, of course. We're talking about NBC, and we see great opportunities with the model that we have now to be able to get additional investments, to attract additional investments, to get other funds, whether they be domestic or whether they be international, to potentially partner with and fund alongside with. Before it even was made public, there was companies and investment funds from other parts of the world reaching out to us saying, hey, we're interested in what you're doing. How do we build relationships on what you're doing and find opportunities to co-invest? And so I think there's going to be great opportunities. Of course, the BC Tech Fund doesn't go anywhere. It's still there. But we think this model is going to be we think this model will be just as effective. In fact, we think it'll be more effective.
Kamloops Self-Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to again circle back to the minister's comments in his response a couple questions ago, where he actually said in his response that Kensington Capital Partners is independent. If they're independent, then and then he said in a subsequent response that a minister could pick up the phone and suggest investments and whatnot. Which is it? Are you saying that Kensington Capital that is engaged to deploy and manage the $100 million tech fund is not independent of government, or are they independent? It can't be both.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The point I'm making is that within the legislation here, it makes clear that you're not allowed to do that. Previously, with the tech fund, if a minister were to choose to do so, they could do that. But this is in legislation. We made it clear the requirements that both minister or anyone in government can't interfere in any decision making, and also board members can't be interfering. And so we've made it clear in legislation, and that's why we're proud of this. And as the member mentioned earlier, we think there's great opportunities to see other investments invest alongside this fund. But this model allows us to control a triple bottom line mandate. Which is very critically important to us to ensure that our values are reflected in funds that we support here in BC.
Kamloops South Thompson.
Control a triple bottom line mandate is not exactly the definition of independence either, I would suggest, and we'll get to some questions on that in a little while. I wanted to just, the minister mentioned that the legislation prevents suggestions. It certainly, when you read the legislation, it talks about directing. It doesn't talk about saying that you can't have a water cooler conversation or make a suggestion. And if the minister feels otherwise, then which section in this bill actually prevents suggestions from being made? Because I can't find it, and maybe it's coming in regulations, in which case I'd appreciate that heads up if that's the answer. But where in this legislation are suggestions prevented?
Minister of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I would refer the member to Section 18. I'm sure we're going to get to that section where it clearly states out the independence and makes it clear to anyone, whether it's people within in BC, but also the world, about the importance of the independence of this decision making from the Chief Investment Officer.
Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, not subject to direction does not make suggestions and idle discussion illegal. So we'll see how that goes moving forward. I wanted to move on to the approach that's being taken here. Part of the concern that we've heard in the official opposition is that not only does this model and how it's being structured place significant risk on the backs of the taxpayers of this province, with very little detail provided up front, very little detail around investment criteria. The government can talk about independence of decisions. They're imposing very specific criteria or a lens that investment decisions have to be made through. The government appoints the board. We'll talk about the concerns we have about the board later as well. But part of the frustration that I think we have with this approach is that it's being done in isolation from other critical policy initiatives that really need to be complementary with efforts around helping small and mid-sized businesses access capital to start up and scale up. We would be interested in knowing what the minister is doing to advance reforms related to tax rates in this province. We don't need to get into a huge back and forth today, because we do most days about different approaches to tax levels and so forth. But British Columbia is not competitive from a tax perspective, particularly when we're talking about the need to attract the types of highly skilled talent that we need to make these tech companies successful. Having been a former tech CEO, you need capital, you need talent, and you need good ideas. And if any one of those three pieces is missing, it's extraordinarily difficult to move to that next level. So I'm wondering if with that in mind, I'm wondering if the minister could outline for this House what his plans are with his jobs and his jobs hat on, what his plans are to make British Columbia a much more competitive tax jurisdiction, which is a critical component to attracting capital to British Columbia, attracting businesses here, and ensuring that those that do start up here or that do locate here have a fighting chance to remain here for the long term. What does that tax competitive strategy look like that the minister may or may not be working on?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's comments around tech, around talent, ideas and capital, and obviously that's what we're trying to address here, is greater access to capital for BC companies through NBC. I know we have estimates coming up in the coming weeks, and I'm sure that'll be a more appropriate place to discuss the other pieces that the member wants to talk about, but I look forward to other questions regarding NBC and this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the issue of tax rates and skilled labor attraction, intellectual property reforms, and a number of other issues are critically important to be on the table for discussion while we're talking about taking $500 million of taxpayers' money and through the scheme that this government is setting up, putting those dollars at high risk through venture capital investments. The success or failure of this initiative will in large part be dictated by what else is the government doing to make British Columbia a place where companies want to actually bring their capital here. They want to make investments here. So again, on the tax piece, and we will get into this in the jobs estimates later too, but looking through the lens of the tech sector, which and startups and scale-ups, that is the focus of this legislation, that is the intended objective of this legislation. And against the backdrop of British Columbia now having a corporate tax rate of 12% against Alberta's, which will be at 8%. In fact, Washington State has much lower taxes across the board than we do here. We have an employer's health tax, which adds a burden of about $1.9 billion per year onto the backs of businesses. 23 new and increased taxes. I won't go through the whole list, but increasingly, it is becoming apparent that we are losing the competitive advantage that we had in this province, and losing it fast. So again, I want to ask the minister if he's intent to just leave it today to say, no, I'm not prepared to talk about the work that's underway to look at tax competitiveness in British Columbia in the context of what we're trying to achieve with this piece of legislation. The minister wants to say that today, he can say that again. for the record. I would hope that he would be willing to give us some sense of work that's underway to address the significant and increasing tax burden that business faces in British Columbia, and that frankly is going to be an inhibiting factor to a lot of the very companies that we all want to see start up here and grow here in British Columbia. It's going to be a significant inhibiting factor to their growth or their growth here in British Columbia. So could the minister take another shot at outlining what work is underway on the tax competitiveness side of the equation?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I look forward to having further conversations with the Honourable Member during estimates. I have a much more optimistic view of the opportunities and the potential of British Columbia. We saw just recently 500 new jobs announced by Microsoft. Best Buy is moving their headquarters here to British Columbia. We continue to see investments, and that's a good thing. I think we would agree on that. And we're going to continue to see investments. But as far as the legislation goes, the member mentioned talent, ideas, and capital is an important piece that we're addressing with this NBC legislation.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I would say that when the facts are that a software developer earns $27,000 less in British Columbia than they do in Ontario to start with, when we're staring down lower income tax rates next door in Alberta, lower corporate tax rates next door in Alberta, when we're staring down no income tax in the state of Washington. These are all our competitors. These are all our competitors. These are all the jurisdictions that are in our backyard. It is critically important that the issue of tax competitiveness be on the table for discussion moving forward, complementary to efforts related to making capital more readily available for startups and scale-ups. And the minister forgot one company in his last answer there. He forgot to mention the several thousand Amazon jobs which are coming to British Columbia. He talks about those jobs often. I would say, for the record, have nothing whatsoever against Amazon, but those jobs, and increasingly these tech jobs that the government touts as a sign of their economic program working, increasingly a lot of these jobs are slightly above minimum wage. The Amazon jobs, when you go to the postings that the minister has talked about often, it was a recent announcement. It was I think it might have even been referenced in his jobs, the news release related to the latest jobs numbers. He extolled the virtues of Amazon hiring 2,000 more British Columbians, which is, again, great for what it is, but these are jobs that pay $15.75 an hour to $16.75 an hour, depending on whether you work during the day or during night. Pretty hard to put food on the table at those wage rates, and certainly those are jobs that can often be complementary sources of income in a household. But what we're really wanting to see happen in British Columbia is a vibrant tech sector with companies that start up and scale up here that pay really good wages beyond $15 to $16 an hour. On that point, though, again, I won't ask it in the same context of tax law rates, but the minister would know well that the talent attraction and retention is also critically important, and a lot of tech companies. In fact, the latest tech CEO through KPMG, the CEO's report, a survey that they do, indicated that accessing the talent getting that talent here, growing it in British Columbia and also bringing it into the province is for many companies a greater challenge than accessing capital. So I'm wondering if the minister could outline what specific measures he is working on, again, with his jobs hat on, that would be complementary to this piece of legislation in relation to improving access to capital in British Columbia. What specific work is he undertaking on the talent attraction and retention side of the equation, so that companies in the tech space actually have the talent that they need to grow their companies?
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, and again, I'll refer to the comment that the honourable member made earlier, which was talent, ideas, and capital. And of course, NBC is about providing capital and ensuring that our companies that are doing some amazing things have the access to capital. Certainly, talent is critically important. We could continue to produce talent. That's why companies are coming here. We have that talent, and we need to continue to do that. But again, this legislation in BC is focused on the capital piece, which the member acknowledges is a critically important one.
Member.
The issue of the retention of intellectual property in British Columbia is also a growing challenge. Frankly, there's a real need to modernize the IP regime in this province. And again, if you have talent and you have money, but you don't have the ideas, and you're unable to capitalize your ideas, you're not going to make it in the tech sector. So could the minister outline what work is underway to modernize British Columbia's IP regime, so that again it doesn't serve as headwinds in the face of tech companies trying to grow and move to that next level, but rather reforms are taken that make it easier to commercialize ideas here in British Columbia.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And this is, again, why this in BC is critically important. It gives the opportunity for companies from BC to scale and grow. Of course, the IP question is an important one. And again, I look forward to engaging with the member further on IP. I'm sure he has some good insights and thoughts that we can exchange during estimates. But this fund is critically important to help our companies grow and scale and create employment here, not just in one area of the province, but throughout the province.
Member.
So I'll move on, but I just again want to underline, ask for some sense as to what work is underway on tax competitiveness, particularly in the context of the tech sector. The minister has punted that to estimates at a later date. I've asked for some insights into what work is underway on the whole issue of talent attraction and retention, critically important to successful growth tech companies. That's been punted by the minister, and the whole issue of IP reform. And there are other issues, but those three in conjunction with access to capital are really important for the success of tech companies moving forward. And on the IP question, as with tax competitiveness talent. The minister has indicated he's not going to answer those questions here today. So I think that's regrettable, and we'll have to move on, and we'll come back to those topics. And I look forward to having a much more in-depth discussion with the minister during estimates at a later date. I'd asked a few questions about data, and didn't get any specific answers. But I did want to ask. A lot of people have said to me, what is the basis that the government is using to suggest that it makes sense for the government to take this high risk move of putting $500 million into a crown corporation, and the independence is we can agree to disagree. Many are suggesting it's not as independent as the government suggests or says it is. But you also read report almost on a daily basis, report after report after report in the news media, and reports put out by venture capital firms and financial institutions and so forth on a regular basis, suggesting that there is unprecedented levels of capital that are available that are looking for a place to invest. And some are directly attributing this to the pandemic, that certainly for the first probably 6 months or so, there was a freezing of investment across many sectors, including in the tech space. Lots of investors sat on their hands and didn't make investments, were not active in the market. But they're now all looking to make those investments. And so there are literally billions and billions of dollars. That's, as one venture capital individual mentioned to me recently, he said just billions of dollars of capital is just sloshing around looking for good companies, good investments to make. So with that as a backdrop, what, again, from a data perspective, did the government rely upon to suggest that this NBC scheme and $500 million of taxpayers' money at risk is worth the risk? The way it's being structured and the way it's being set up by this government, in light of the fact that there has been very strong indications from many quarters that there's a tremendous amount of capital that's again sloshing around looking for a good place to invest, and this is capital that's being invested by the private sector, not the taxpayers of British Columbia.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And, I think that what the great thing about this fund is it's access for BC companies. It's access to capital for BC companies. We know that, as the members mentioned, there's capital, but what's lacking right now is patient capital. We've heard certainly from those in the clean tech sector that patient capital is needed. A lot of the investors are looking for quick turnarounds, and they need something patient so that they can deliver on the societal innovations that we need, Honourable Speaker. And the member mentioned about data. I guess he was trying to get at, is this needed? And I'll just share a few quotes with him. Tessa Seeger, who's the director for the Council of Canadian Innovators, said access to strategic capital is a key ingredient in any company's scale-up journey. CCI applauds the government's new strategic investment fund and looks forward to working with NBC to ensure investments benefit our homegrown, home growth firms. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just want to share a couple so he has an understanding of where we're going and why we're going there. Jeanette Jackson, who's the CEO of Foresight, said, raising capital is a key challenge for clean tech ventures. In BC is to support businesses need to anchor and scale in British Columbia, creating green jobs, accelerating the adoption of clean tech innovation needed to address urgent climate change goals. Bentley Allen, who's the Associate Director of Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions, says, we need an investment vehicle like NBC to help companies take advantage of economic opportunities. It has the potential to help low-carbon industries and play an essential role in the success of low-carbon innovation here in BC. And the last one I'll share, unless the member has more questions on this, is from Stephanie Andrew, who's the founding partner of the Women's Equity Lab and Capital Investment Network, says, we're happy to have NBC provide additional capital for investments, capitalizing promising companies so that it can compete on the world stage and reach new milestones, valuations, and exits.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. I heard the minister's response, and I think I share the curiosity as to what NBC, the problem that NBC is trying to solve. Now, I recognize that currently the people that we've been talking to state that there's a lot of capital in, and I think the quotes were informative in that every single one of those quotes highlights the need for investment capital. It doesn't necessarily, I think, address the current situation. It says, I think every one of those quotes welcomes a public contribution to the capital that's available to these companies. But I think what's important to acknowledge is that when you connect that directly to low carbon innovation as an example, if those companies that are in that space are developing useful technology, whether it's for low carbon innovation or not, right now there is, from all indications that we're getting, a lot of capital there to invest in good ideas, whatever sector of the economy it is. Now, I understand the minister's response to patient capital, but I'm just wondering if the minister I think refutes what we're hearing from the marketplace, that there's a lot of capital available for these companies, and that right now putting $500 million of public money into a space that has billions and billions of dollars of private capital looking to be spent, if that's necessarily the good time to be doing that.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. And he answered a bit of the question in his question, which is there is a shortage of patient capital. We've heard that. We've heard that clearly, that there's a shortage of patient capital. But also, there's also a shortage of funds that both are supporting BC companies, but also that are working to create and co-create opportunities in new markets within BC. And so that's what NBC allows us to do. It provides our companies with both the patient capital, but it also allows us to drive and create new economic opportunities here in BC. And clean tech is one example. I know the member talks about that quite often, and I'm passionate about it as well. And so we've heard the most amount of excitement actually from the clean tech sector, which sees an opportunity for them to access capital and stay here in British Columbia. You know, we do see companies get access to capital from another jurisdiction, and part of that is you've got to go, and they want to see opportunities to be able to stay here in British Columbia, the place that they love, and a place where these companies are coming up.
And it's north in the islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the response, Minister. One other question on this note. We often have heard about federal programs to fund clusters, whatever, cluster in Vancouver around medical innovation as one example, and complaints that the provincial government has not been there to provide matching or to at least provide a contribution into those federal dollars, and that in fact British Columbia loses a lot of the innovation type and research and development funding to other provinces because those other provinces are prepared to match or to provide some type of contribution. Just through you to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is this fund going to be available for that kind of activity where the provincial government can step in and contribute to attract federal dollars into research, development, and innovation in the province?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for raising the question. Certainly, some quarters of the tech sector have been raising this historic grievance. And this goes back a long time, certainly well before my time and even before our government's time, where there's sometimes a sense that governments could be doing more to support the tech sector. But I think, the investments we've been making are considerable, and NBC goes a long way. The question around the federal government's involvement and the funding that they have available, I certainly think there's opportunity for the federal government to co-invest. Also, obviously, opportunities to crowd in other investments from the private sector. We also see opportunities on two ways. One, the fund can also see opportunities when NBC invests in a company to get access to other funds. We're already having conversations with the federal government, like the SIF fund, which is a strategic investment fund, and a whole host of other funds that they have available can be leveraged so the money gets doubled and tripled. We also see opportunity for funds that perhaps don't fit within within in BC or whatever decision the Chief Investment Officer makes, but also supporting them to go to other funds within the federal government. So it's not just the door is closed, this doesn't work, but providing opportunities for them in other avenues that may exist, because at the end of the day, they're BC companies and we want to see them succeed. So we see great opportunities, organizations like BDC and other funds to potentially co-invest. We also, perhaps there's opportunities for pension funds to also partner, but these are things that will have to be explored over time.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 member for Kamloops South Thompson on Clause 3?
Thank you, Chair. On Section 3 here, I just thought this would be an appropriate place to just ask a couple questions about the application of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. As the Minister knows, I'm sure he knows, that in order to be subject to an FOI and being included as a public body, a Crown corporation needs to be listed in Schedule 2 of the FOIPA Act. There is no mention of freedom of information and protection of privacy in this bill. It's not there as a consequential amendment as well. So I'm just wondering if the Minister could clarify whether or not NBC will actually be subject to FOI requests, and if yes, what will facilitate the adding of NBC to again to presumably to Schedule 2 of the FOIPA Act.
Minister for Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and again, thanks to the member for the question. It's critically important that there's in the legislation, there are many pieces that are important for transparency. Every year a report has to be made public here at the Legislature on the investments being made by this new NBC corporation. Every 5 years, an independent audit needs to be done, which I think is good for public transparency. And of course, the investment policy will be made public as well, so the public knows before any investments are made. Now, it's important to note that this legislation is and this structure is a continuation of the BC Immigrant Investment Fund, which I believe was created by the opposition. At that point, the FOI pieces were left out, I assume for good reason, but this is a continuation, and we continue to look at that question.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I didn't hear a commitment to ensuring that NBC be made subject to the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. So I'll just ask again, is it the government's commitment to ensure that NBC is added to Schedule 2 of FOIPA, like all other public bodies and Crown corporations are, which affords a very important layer of or level of transparency for the public on these public bodies. And again, I would remind the minister that we're talking about $500 million of public funds being used in highly or to be invested in highly risky venture capital investments. Is he prepared to commit? Is it the government's commitment that NBC will be subject to the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act? Yes or no?
Minister.
Speaker. And again, I'll refer the member to section 23, where it's pretty clear how the operation of NBC will be transparent and open to the public. I think one of the challenges that a fund like this has is a lot of very sensitive and confidential information will be shared with NBC. And so it's critically important for us that protection be in place for that sensitive information. That being said, as I noted earlier, this fund that now is the NBC, which was originally created by the opposition, called the BC Immigrant Investment Fund, was not included under the FOIPA rules. But that being said, we are engaging with the OIPC around the challenges around sensitive information coming in and how to ensure that that protection is there, and those conversations are ongoing.
Member.
Well, again, that wasn't really a yes or no answer. It doesn't sound like it's the government's intention to, doesn't sound like the government's intention is to ensure that MBC, again, a corporation that will be responsible for $500 million of public funds in a highly risky venture capital environment, that corporation will be subject to freedom of information legislation in the province. And I would say it's a bit of an interesting point here when I look at Schedule 2 of the FOIPA Act. The BC Investment Management Corporation, which manages billions and billions of dollars, is included in this schedule, and therefore is subject to the FOIPA legislation. And I believe it's Section 17 of FOIPA covers financial information that can be redacted. In terms of ensuring that commercial interests are not compromised. So there are tools within the FOIPA legislation that provide the flexibility that seems to work for most, if not all, other public bodies and crown corporations in this province. So again, one last time on this point, because I do think it's very, very important for public confidence moving forward on a $500 million fund of public funds that will be invested in risky venture capital investments. Can the minister confirm that what he is saying here today is that this NBC corporation will not be subject to the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I will remind the member that this is a continuation of the BC Immigration Investment Fund, which the opposition created. They did not put FOIPA in. I assume there was a reason. The member may know the reason. Certainly one of the concerns that we have is the confidential information that companies provide to us be protected to make sure that, that there's no sensitive information that companies are required to provide a chief investment officer become public. That being said, I've told the member this already, and I'll say it again, that we have been in contact with the OIPC around that. Our concern is interpretation around the legislation and how best to ensure that those parts are protected, the information that private companies provide, but at the same time we give the public the accountability that they need. And so those conversations are ongoing, and we'll have more on that once we've concluded those conversations.
Member Kamloops South Thompson on Clause 3.
Sure, thanks, Chair. Well, it always makes me nervous, and I think British Columbians are nervous too when you hear the government say we're going to make sure that the public has the information it needs. It's about ensuring that the public has the information it wants and that it's entitled to. I would remind the minister that in the 2017 provincial election, it was a very specific commitment of his party in that election. The NDP were very clear that they intended, as part of a broader package of FOI reforms and enhancements to FOI, the FOI framework in British Columbia, they were very, very clear in promising to cover more Crown agencies with the FOI framework during moving forward, should they be successful in winning that election. They've been in power for 4 years now. There is no excuse whatsoever for this government not to immediately make the NBC applicable in its operations and its investment decisions, applicable to the rules contained within our FOI framework in this province. And the imperative to do so is even greater, considering we're talking about $500 million of public funds that the government wants to see invested in highly risky venture capital investments. So it is a broken promise of this government. What more can be said? Chair, that's all the questions that we have on section 3, so I'd be happy to move on to section 4.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and you know, I know the member will be going to estimates and having a chance to engage with the Minister of Citizen Services around the good work that she's been doing. I had a little bit of a challenge trying to understand his critique there, saying that you promised to be more accountable than us, and you're just as accountable as us. And I'm not quite sure where he was going, but I just want to remind the member of this, that this is a continuation of the BC Immigrant Investment Fund, which is a fund that they created, which wasn't under FOIPA. I also want to highlight that the BC Tech Fund, which was $100 million, went out, and the Attorney General had to go through estimates year over year to try to get information on what companies were being invested in, where was this money going, what was the returns for the public, and he was not able to get that information. We will be making the reports. The operations are public. They will be transparent. Every year a report will be made public on all the investments. Every 5 years there'll be an independent audit done, and we're continuing to engage with the Office of the OIPC around interpretation of the legislation, and hopefully we'll have a positive announcement soon.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, if I may, just as a follow-up to that, I think that it's, I've heard the exchange that's happened here, and I guess if there's any pushback or any response that I could provide to this is that just because they did it doesn't mean, or that this is a continuation of, is not a justification for something that where we could have more transparency and accountability. This isn't an amendment act. We're not amending anything. We're creating a new thing. And when you're creating a new thing, you have the opportunity to do it right. And I recognize the history that goes on either side of the aisle in this place. But I just think that it's important to acknowledge that when we are doing something new, even if it's a continuation of, we have the opportunity to get it right. And so with that question, I'll just ask, the minister states that they're working with the OIPC and hoping to have an announcement. Now, we're debating this legislation. So can the minister maybe shed a little bit of light on that ongoing conversation and how that potentially impacts this? How does it, once this legislation is passed, how does it affect that legislation? Is this something that can be reflected in regulations? That kind of thing.
Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And again, I just want to highlight that one of the concerns is around the chilling effect on the willingness of third parties to provide complete and accurate information to NBC. There may be companies that have sensitive information that perhaps their competitors would like to see, and so we're very conscious and aware of that. But that being said, as I mentioned to the member, we are in discussions with the OIPC, and he asked specifically around this legislation, and it does not require an amendment to this legislation. It's something that can be done by the Minister of Citizen Services.
Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4, member for Kamloops South Thompson on Clause 4.
Section 4, or Clause 4. Just wanted to ask, we've got quite a few questions in this section. The first one, the Stronger BC report that made references to the creation of a fund at a later date, which now we know is in BC, promised, the Stronger BC report promised that the fund would invest in high growth potential firms. But we've since learned that the expectation of government is that they're forecasting about a 5% return on the investments that this NBC fund will make. So how does the minister reconcile the high growth potential firms comment in Stronger BC with a forecasted 5% rate of return, which no one no one who understands venture capital and that risk return balance that is always at the center of those investment decisions, no one would suggest that a 5% rate of return is an acceptable rate of return on such a risky investment. So how does the minister reconcile those two pieces?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I think it's important to highlight here, given the member's question, that this is not, NBC is not about venture capital. This is about impact investments. And so, we have engaged with other funds that are typical funds like this fund to get a sense of the returns they've received, and we've based it off that.
Member.
Thanks. Well, we'll get to the patient capital, venture capital piece in a moment. the service plan for this scheme in BC references venture capital numerous times. And I guess we're at a point here where there's a fundamental difference of perspectives here between the minister and his colleagues believing that government should be risking public funds on high risk investments in startups and scale up companies with an expected rate of return of 5%. Versus the perspective that we have on this side of the House that government should not be in this business of picking winners and losers, and certainly not doing so with public funds. The government should be creating the conditions, back to my points earlier about tax competitiveness and attracting talent and attracting investment and intellectual property protection reforms and there's a number of other items. The government should be working on all that stuff to create the conditions that make British Columbia an incredibly desirable place to set up a business, to come here with your investment and to grow. This whole concept of patient capital that involves the risk of public funds on high-risk investments really bothers a lot of British Columbians, and rightfully so. The next question, in BC, a number of the materials that came with the announcement indicated that NBC would be guided by a framework for improving British Columbian standard of living, and that framework is quite a significant document, and the government refers to it still quite often as a guiding policy document, and again, it's referenced in the NBC materials. Just wondering if the minister could let the House know how that framework will apply to the investment goals of the corporation. And I'll use one example. I mean, there's the community benefit agreements are a significant feature of this framework. The framework includes a lot of promotion of community benefit agreements. Will CBAs be an outcome of companies that receive investments from NBC? Is that one of the guiding principles or objectives of the framework that will make its way into investment decisions that are taken by NBC? So I'd appreciate a response on that specific example. And then perhaps more generally, the minister could, again, inform the House as to how that framework will be applied to the broader investment goals of NBC.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thanks again to the member for the question. The investment policy document is under development, as I've mentioned several times, and of course we're going to be making that public before any investment decisions are made, so the public has full awareness of the lens that NBC will use. I think there's a lot of elements of Stronger BC, the values in Stronger BC that certainly will be important in NBC's mandate going forward. Of course, we want to see distributed growth, we want to see inclusiveness, but fundamentally this is about people, planet, and profit, and those are the key pillars to the work NBC will be doing, and again, aligned with our values, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, it's where a lot of the thinkers on economic recovery are going as well. I mentioned to the member about what Mark Carney had said about public values and private values and co-developing new markets. And so I think there's great opportunities. And the question of CBAs, I'm not sure what the member's implying, how a CBA may be connected to this. So maybe if you can elaborate on that and I can give him more clarity.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Well, what I was looking for was, as one example, whether community benefit agreements would be, and the promotion of CBAs would be, would make its way into the investment criteria or the investment framework that NBC will end up putting on the table. I think there are all kinds of you know, theoretical examples that one could come up with where technology that's being developed, ideas that are being commercialized within companies that are engaged in capital construction that could you know, wittingly or unwittingly find themselves looking for an NBC investment, and there being some requirements around CBAs as part of that mix. So all I'm looking for is just a definitive no. That's not something that would make its way into the investment framework or criteria that NBC would have going forward.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the member trying to maybe give an example. I think the example is a bit extreme, and so if that's the type of example he's providing, then the answer is no. That's not something that is being considered, but the investment policy framework work is ongoing, and certainly, as I've highlighted many times, that we will be making that public well before any decisions are made by NBC.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll take that to be a qualified no. You know, a clean energy infrastructure company, perhaps. You know, there likely could be others. So it's an important, I think, an important a question to ask, and I would certainly hope that CBAs would not be part of the investment framework moving forward. I'm just wondering if, again, I'd like the Minister's thoughts on this. The same framework document makes some interesting statements around I'll quote a statement on page 72 from the framework. It says, much of BC's technology sector is currently concentrated in downtown Vancouver. This constrains growth as tech investments in BC often require significant immigration or temporary foreign workers, which adds to pressure on the availability and cost of housing in Vancouver. It continues along that vein. Just wondering if again, if the minister can reconcile, that the tone of that comment in investment or in the framework document would suggest that that this government sees foreign investment and foreign immigration as, in some respects, a negative on housing prices, and we certainly know that certain members of the government, the Attorney General, others have acknowledged comments that have been made in the past and regrets that have been expressed for comments related to British Columbia's housing market and the role that it was suggested Asians perhaps had played in that. Obviously, those comments have been walked back, and rightfully so. Where I'm going with this is immigration and foreign investment is critically important to the success of our economy generally, but certainly in the tech sector, attracting investment as partners in these in BC investments is going to be really critical. So again, how does the minister reconcile the comments or the commentary in this framework for improving British Columbia's standard of living economic plan relating to this significant immigration and playing a role in driving up housing prices in the Lower Mainland, and that the tone and tenor of that being quite negative? How does the minister reconcile that with the fact that we really need immigration and we really need foreign investment, including from countries in Asia?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There's a lot there. Of course, I want to spend as much time talking about NBC and the legislation and not get into a debate about other matters, because there is a time and place for that. It's called question period. But I think it's fair to say that this government, our government, welcomes immigration. We believe if a person is good enough to come here to work, that they should be able to stay and live. I won't go into major infrastructure projects that were built by temporary foreign workers. I can, but I won't, because in the interest of time, and certainly I hope the member doesn't want to be engaging in that kind of debate here. Question period might be a better place for that. But we're proud of the work we do around human rights. We're proud of the work we do for welcoming immigrants here. We don't. Our government doesn't see them just as a vote. It's not a quick win. It's about welcoming people and making sure that they feel safe in their communities, Honourable Speaker. And so I won't go too much further into that. But on the foreign investment piece, Honourable Speaker, I will say that we welcome foreign investment. It's an important piece of the work my ministry does. We see opportunities for co-investment. I had a meeting recently with the Consul Generals, the Corps, and this was an important piece. They wanted to talk about in BC. They wanted to talk about opportunities for companies from all over the world to come and invest, especially in our clean tech sector. And so they see huge opportunities with what British Columbia is doing. They see opportunities with us not only in our clean tech companies, but just climate change solutions overall. And so, we see great opportunities, and that's why we're proud of NBC coming forward.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, page 72 of the government's framework. This is the government's framework for improving British Columbian standard of living. It's an economic plan that the government references on a frequent basis is still a guiding document. On page 72, it says, much of BC's tech sector is currently concentrated in downtown Vancouver. This constrains growth, as tech investments in BC often require significant immigration or temporary foreign workers. Well, imagine that. Temporary foreign workers. That's in an NDP document, this framework. And this adds to pressures on the availability and cost of housing in Vancouver, end quote. And I'm certainly not going to stand here and have the minister be evasive on the question. The question is, we cannot succeed in growing companies in British Columbia if we're not in part willing to embrace the world and welcome everybody to this province. That includes Europeans, it includes Americans, it includes folks from Asia, it includes folks from every corner of the globe. And the point is that this guiding document, this framework document, and how certain components are written would suggest that that immigration, foreign workers actually serve to drive up the cost of housing, particularly in Vancouver. We couple that with very public comments that were made on a very sustained basis, particularly by the current Attorney General, which he has since walked back and acknowledged and regretted, as he says, his comments, which in part stoked anti-Asian sentiments in this province. You can't have it both ways. These tech companies, in order to be successful, need to know that there is an open immigration approach, and that investment from around the world is welcome here, including from Asia. This document, this framework, and comments that have been made by particularly the Attorney General when he was an opposition member, that he has walked back since as an Attorney General, would suggest that this government has got some issues around that, the role of certain immigrants from certain parts of the world in inflating in housing prices in particular, which has been disproven over and over and over again. So I'm looking for a reconciliation here from the minister as to the guiding influence of this framework document, which references very directly NBC, the fund that would later be called NBC, that would be created. The success or failure of that fund rests in part on access to capital, but also all of those other things that we've talked about, which includes attraction and retention of skilled workers, a lot of whom are grown right here in British Columbia, and a lot of whom come from all corners of the globe. So again, to the minister, how does he reconcile those two pieces, and what confidence can he give British Columbians that investment from every corner of the world, including Asia, is absolutely welcomed here in British Columbia, and particularly in the context of this NBC Crown Corporation that is being established here.
Minister.
Speaker, and We were talking about NBC, but the member seems to want to talk about other documents. Again, I could talk about the Quick Wins document as a founding document of the opposition, of how they view immigrants as just ballot counters or just an opportunity to get votes. But again, this doesn't serve anyone's purpose in the work we're doing here within BC. So the member wants to know, and he wants to hear from government to say we welcome investment. I tell him we welcome investment. We are always looking for opportunities to get investment here from all over the world. We've been talking to investment funds from Ireland, Denmark, even Singapore about opportunities to co-invest with us here in our BC companies. The member wants to know if we care about immigration. I can tell him we do. We have elected officials who themselves are new immigrants who've just arrived to this country, who are contributing valuably to the mosaic and the fabric of British Columbia. So I think the insinuations by the member are not helpful for the dialogue, but of course we have all day. We can go for days if he likes, because I have a lot to say on this topic, but I think it's better if we focus on NBC, Honourable Speaker.
Member.
Well, again, the framework document that I've been referencing here is supposedly a critical guiding document on all public policy, particularly economic and social policy in this province. And so far be it for me to suggest that we understand how the goals and objectives of this economic framework will in any way shape or inform the NBC scheme that the government is establishing, which is also very directly referenced in the framework document. So I will move on. I just wanted to ask a couple questions about the relationship between NBC and Clean BC. In BC, we've heard in numerous media interviews and you can read in supporting documents that suggests that that NBC is supposed to be guided by the Clean BC plan. So I just wanted to ask if the minister has a target for emissions reductions that will be directly related to NBC investments.
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, thank you so much. And we're extremely proud of the work happening on Clean BC. But we know we need further investments in innovation in order to meet our targets, our global targets. And so a low carbon economy piece will be a very important focus of NBC. It'll help contribute to finding more opportunities to be able to invest in the low carbon economy, also create clean energy jobs here in British Columbia.
Member.
Well, I appreciate that, but the question is: Are there any? Will NBC have any targets, Clean BC emissions reductions targets that will be part of the framework within which investment decisions will be made? It's all fine and dandy to say one of the target sectors will be clean tech, as one example. It's a very different thing to actually have specific targets in place that relate to ensuring that there's a linkage between investments in the types of companies that could make a demonstrable contribution to emissions reduction targets. And here's what the target is for those reductions, and it's part of the investment criteria. That should all be established up front, and that should be reported on. To put a further point on it, the 2020 accountability report on the Clean BC emissions target, or Clean BC emissions actually says on page 14, and I quote, "As a result, based on current modeling, we estimate that our existing Clean BC actions will get us between 56% and 72% towards our 2030 target. Though the new estimates mean we are further from our 2030 target, we are committed to closing the gap," end quote. So the government is potentially, 44%, and if we want to be really optimistic, 28%. That's the range, 28 to 48% off of their, or there's a gap in their plan insofar as achieving the 2030 emissions reduction target. So one would assume that based on all the hype that has been wrapped around the NBC scheme, that clean tech companies would and clean tech investments would be a significant focus of this government. One would think that there would be targets, Clean BC emissions reduction targets associated or related to, or as part of the investment criteria related to ensuring that there are investments in clean tech companies that can help the government facilitate its emission reduction targets. So again, to the minister, will there be a component within NBC's investment criteria requirement for achieving specific emissions reduction targets pursuant to the goals detailed in the Clean BC plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, this fund is focused on people, planet, and profit. And in BC, will employ performance measures that assess its success at achieving the triple bottom line mandate. A common tool that is used, Honourable Speaker, is an impact scorecard. A scorecard can be used to capture information specific to how investments achieve investment criteria associated with the triple bottom line. So the scorecard can have information such as description of the impact investment will have, the activities the investee will carry out to achieve the impact, and the metrics will likely be including things like return on investment, job creation, economic growth, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous communities, promoting diversity inclusion, achieving low carbon goals, while establishing BC as a globally competitive low carbon jurisdiction.
Member.
So I didn't hear there a commitment to the inclusion of emissions reduction targets pursuant to the Clean BC plan. I would point the minister to the backgrounder that was attached to, that was released as part of the announcement of NBC on April 27th, 2021, where it says investments will, it's the third bullet down, be guided by the BC Economic Plan, a framework for improving British Columbians' standard of living, which we just canvassed in a few aspects, and the Clean BC plan. So one would think that there would be a specific focus on the most critical aspect of the Clean BC plan, which is reducing emissions in British Columbia. We all know what the targets are, the 2030 target. Government's own admission through Clean BC accountability reports, so the most recent one on 2020, indicates that they're between 28 and 44% off of achieving, or there's a gap in terms of meeting their 2030 emissions reduction target. So I just wanted to ask one more time, and then the member for Saanich, north of the islands, has a question. Can the minister confirm that indeed emissions reduction targets pursuant to Clean BC will not be, will be part of the investment criteria that NBC will utilize to determine which companies they will be investing in and which ones they won't?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Welcome back to the chair. Honourable Speaker, there's three key pillars to this fund: people, planet, and profit. And so I think the question is, will our climate change metrics be an important metric in assessing the success of this fund? And the answer is yes. But there may be opportunities by, for example, a company that can have an innovation, or a biotech company that's making the lives better of British Columbians. And so they may get that opportunity to get an investment as well. So, of course, climate change is going to be a critically important piece of it. It's going to be an important part of the metrics of what we think we can achieve. Certainly, we are hearing about the opportunities in clean tech, but there will be other businesses. For example, there may be an Indigenous owned and operated business that is about distributed growth, and it may not be directly linked to our climate change target, but it could be linked to other opportunities. And so it has the three key pillars, and I highlighted some of the metrics that we'll be using to assess the work, but this is a critical part of impact investing.
Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when the Chief Investment Officer is looking at the mandate that they have, people, planet, profit, and they're looking at the values that are informing this, climate change, Clean BC, as the member from Kamloops has raised, are they looking at it from the context of the entire portfolio that they're managing, or are they looking at it from each investment decision? Because you could argue that people, planet, profit, the entire portfolio of this $500 million fund has a balanced approach. Or you could also look at it and say that each investment opportunity that is sitting in front of that Chief Investment Officer needs to have a balanced, have people, planet, profit at its core. So I'm just wondering, from the Minister's perspective, is this an individual investment decision that's made, or is it the entire portfolio has to be balanced?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I think I understood the question from the member, which is, so the answer is, across the entire portfolio, it must meet the triple bottom line mandate: people, planet, profits. I think that's the question the member was asking.
Saanich North and the Islands.
So just for clarity's sake, you've got a handful of investment decisions in front of the Chief Investment Officer. One is remarkably good investment it's going to be a partnership with a private corporation and an Indigenous nation, for an example, and the Indigenous nation is going to see some benefit from that, and it's going to have a technology that improves the environment. And then you have another investment that is a clean tech investment, but it also has a strong profit aspect to it as well. A really good chance that this business is going to flourish and make some money. So from that, you can start to see that there are a variety of economic investment opportunities that are going to be in front of this Chief Investment Officer. And I'm just wondering how it is that we say that this person is being successful in their investment in terms of if there's a single bottom line approach, you can tell. Is it making money or isn't it making money? But from that triple bottom line approach, and what I'm trying to get at is are we evaluating each investment decision that's being made for its people, planet, profit? Or are we taking a look at the entire portfolio and having it balanced? And if that's the case, it's going to be much more complex for us to be able to determine whether or not that chief investment officer and that in BC is achieving the goals that we've set for it here.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and that you know, having an Indigenous business, you know, running a climate change related company and having a clean tech company coming that also can address the climate change, I think is a good problem for NBC to have. And so how impact investment is assessed typically is through this impact scorecard measure that I was just highlighting. I can share more information with the member if you would like, but the scorecard generally includes information such as for the investment, description of the impact the investment will have, the inputs required from the investor, external parties to achieve the proposed impact, the activities of the investee will carry out to achieve the impact, the outputs associated with each strategic investment criteria, the case for investment creating additionality, the process of measuring, capturing, and reporting the impacts measures must be integrated with the investment decision making and monitoring process and must be resourced in a manner that supports the credibility and objectivity of reporting. So the metrics, as I highlighted, include return on investment, job creation, economic growth, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous communities, promoting diversity and inclusion, achieving our low carbon goals while establishing BC as a competitive low carbon jurisdiction. So impacted with the scorecard model.
Kamloops South Thompson.
Just following along on the line of questioning from the member for Saanich North and the Islands, will those impact scorecards be available to the public, or will they have to be pursued through freedom of information?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You won't need to FOI that. Every year, there will be a report on the investments that NBC makes, and there will be an assessment of on our policy, investment policy framework on how those investments are impacted by that, and it will be made public every year to the Legislature.
So just for clarity, the impact scorecards, which the minister read into the record what those contain, those impact scorecards for each investment that NBC decides to proceed with, each of those impact scorecards will be brought to this legislature unredacted, and will be therefore available to the legislature and to the public of British Columbia for scrutiny.
Minister, on clause 4.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So the aggregated information will be made public, and with that will be how the investment has impacted the triple bottom line mandate that is given to NBC.
Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, well, aggregated information is very different than the data specific to each investment. So I think this just plays into the theme here of transparency lacking in terms of how NBC is being established. We canvassed earlier that NBC is not going to be subject to the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act. Now we learn that the impact scorecards will not be made public. The government will take the data from all of those impact scorecards and aggregate the data, thus rendering it basically useless in terms of providing that level of data that I think the public has a right to know. So that's regrettable, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk about the business plan and the minister's refusal to make that public for NBC and a number of other components to the lack of transparency that we're seeing emerge increasingly with NBC. But I did want to ask the minister, how much investment does he anticipate of the $500 million? How much investment does he anticipate will be invested in technologies being developed to support traditional industries, mining, forestry, oil and gas, and so forth, versus investment in companies that are focused on emerging sectors, emerging technology?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And folks seem to want to stretch their legs, and I seem to want to agree with them on this. Sitting is a bit challenging all day. So the member talked about an important topic, which is, there's emerging technologies, and then there's the natural resource sector, and obviously there's a lot of coalition between the two. It's important to note that this fund is sector agnostic, and so if a fund helps us advance, say, for example, low carbon economy, there's an opportunity to find an investment. The triple bottom line is the key piece in the decision making.
Member, you were stretching. Did you need a break?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister, you're okay? All right.
All right.
Okay. Kamloops, South Thompson.
So just again on the traditional industry versus the emerging industry, I completely understand the government's main objectives here is people, planet, and profits. But what I think is also an important component, or should be an important component of that, is ensuring that there's a lens applied to ensuring that different sectors have equal access at these funds. If you're a company, an emerging company that has developed an incredible technology that's used in excavators at big mines that measures the ore that's being picked up, and even furthermore can determine the types of ore in a scoop and that kind of stuff. That type of company should have the same access, the same ability to access support or investment through NBC. So what I'm looking for here is I think it would be cold comfort to companies engaged predominantly in technologies to support traditional industries in this province. It'd be cold comfort to them to hear that NBC is agnostic. NBC is not agnostic. The minister has said many times today that investments will be prioritized based on, with that lens of people, planet, and profits. Clean tech, he's mentioned. He's mentioned, indigenous-led businesses. He's mentioned all kinds of types of companies. What I'm looking for here is an understanding from the minister as to what government intends to ensure is baked into that investment criteria to ensure equal access to NBC investment, regardless of whether the business in question is engaged in traditional industries or emerging industries. What commitment is the minister able and willing to make to ensure that there's that equal access afforded to companies across the entire spectrum here in British Columbia?
Minister.
Speaker, and again, I didn't say that it was just agnostic. I said sectorally agnostic. So any sector can access NBC. The member used an example of it could be an indigenous business getting money, or it could be a clean tech or natural resource. It could be all three. Could be in one. And we know, certainly in my meetings, a lot of our businesses, those in the natural resource sector, are looking at the emerging technologies to advance their operations, whether it's around water or the air or land. And so again, sectorally agnostic. Any business that meets the triple bottom line can apply.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd be curious to know what the minister's perspective is on what the target sectors really are for NBC, because the material that was released on the day that this NBC scheme was announced in April, the news releases, the media interviews that have been done, even a lot of the validators that were at the actual announcement were from very specific sectors. And these were sectors that are predominantly in emerging technologies. So, for example, the life sciences sector, which, by the way, I'm very proud of that sector. I know the minister is as well. And we've got tremendous opportunity and potential for dramatic growth in the life sciences sector in British Columbia. The artificial intelligence and virtual reality sectors have been talked about a lot. Quantum supercomputing and quantum computing, the clean tech sector. Those are the kinds of sectors that we've all been hearing a lot through, again, government communications and media interviews, and even what was announced in April when NBC was rolled out by the Premier and the Minister. There wasn't a lot of talk about sectors, tech sectors, that are engaged with resource companies, for example, or more traditional industries. So that's why this is really important. So perhaps the minister could take a moment to just reflect back to this House. What are the target sectors for investment, or is he going to say they're agnostic on that too, and that there really isn't a plan in place with target sectors in mind for the investment, the $500 million of investment that will be on the table through NBC.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think I'll just go to the answer that I just shared, which is the fund is sectorally agnostic. I think he mentioned a few of the folks that were at the initial announcement. I think maybe he may have missed Greg Davion, who's the head of BC Business Council, who was also a speaker at the event. And I know many of his members are in the natural resource sector. We've had the BC Chamber of Commerce and many organizations that represent members of diverse types of businesses see the value in this. And so, I think I've given the member the answer, which is this fund is sectorally agnostic, as long as it meets our triple bottom line mandate, as long as it helps us address some of the societal challenges that we all want to see addressed.
Kamloops South Thompson.
The minister's responses have I think, been more along the lines of suggesting that there are no commitments to ensuring, some semblance of an equal disbursement of funds across these different sectors. The added challenge that I think NBC is going to find here, and I'd be curious to know what the minister's thoughts are. There are certain sectors in the tech space, like artificial intelligence, I mentioned, supercomputing, and others, that are extraordinarily capital or investment intensive. Like they chew through massive amounts of investment in order to scale in any way that's significant in British Columbia. So it would not take much, and this is a comment that has certainly been made many times to me. $500 million is a lot of money, but if the predominant investment sector that's going to receive those dollars is supercomputing and artificial intelligence and life science sectors, it won't take much to burn through $500 million. And what I'm looking for here is a commitment from the government that there's going to be an equal opportunity, not opportunity to have access, but an equal, roughly as possible, an equal disbursement of the funds here, so that companies, startups that are engaged in the emerging or in the traditional industries in our province are able to access this NBC funding as much as a life sciences company in Vancouver is. I guess my question would be this, and then it looks like we're going to have an interruption to our regular programming here for a moment, but my question would be this. If I take the traditional versus emerging one step further, and let's talk about geographic consideration. The tech sector in Prince George, Kamloops, even Kelowna for that matter, looks and feels very differently in terms of the sectors that are predominant there, the types of startup companies that exist there, the mix of startups versus scale-ups when compared to the Lower Mainland, and in particular when compared to Vancouver and Surrey, you know, the big hubs of tech activity in the Lower Mainland. So can the minister let the House know, let British Columbians know what consideration has been given to ensuring that a tech company up in Kelowna, or my hometown in Kamloops, which, by the way, predominantly are not engaged in the life sciences sectors or artificial intelligence or quantum computing and so forth. Those companies are predominantly in the Lower Mainland. What assurances do tech companies outside of the Lower Mainland have that they're going to be able to access these NBC investment dollars?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate there's a couple of questions there. So the fund will be accessible across all sectors. I think a member was asking about whether, you know, all the money will be placed in year one, and we do expect it will be 6 to 8 years for the fund to be placed, and And obviously in the investment policy, which I've said a couple times now, distributed growth will be a criteria of the fund. We do want to see opportunities. There is a great tech sector in Kelowna, in Kamloops, as the member knows, because he's from there and he's had some success there. But we also see opportunities throughout the province. There's a lot of projects that I can think of that may want to look at in BC, in Hazelton and other communities, but we do want to see distributed growth. We do want to see opportunities in other parts of the province getting access to this fund, and it will be an important metric in our investment policy when it's complete.
Member on Clause 4.
So did the minister or his ministry survey the capital needs of the tech sector companies outside of the Lower Mainland? Like, was there work done in the ministry on looking at what those investment needs actually are, the types of companies that exist in Kamloops, Kelowna, and Prince George, whether they're startups or scale-ups predominantly, what sectors are they in, traditional industries versus emerging? Did the minister and the ministry actually do that work to assess the unique needs of tech companies in communities outside of the Lower Mainland? And I'm not just, the minister is correct, I'm not just talking about the southern interior. There are some incredibly innovative companies in places like 100 Mile House, and certainly that I'm aware of, and on Vancouver Island, in the tiniest of little communities. So did the minister do the work to understand the needs that are very unique to the tech sector in communities outside of the Lower Mainland? And if he did, could he speak to that, what that actually looked like and how that informed his decisions moving forward?
Thank you, member. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and the minister will come back with an answer after the recess. We're now in recess for 5 minutes. Calling the House back to order on Bill 5, NBC Investment Corporation Act, Clause 4. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for that short break. So the member asked, who we engage with to outside of Metro Vancouver, and so the team has shared a list. We'll go through it. Accelerate Okanagan. The Gitxsan Development Corporation. We've got Krista Malroy, who's from the Central Okanagan Development Commission, which is Invest Kelowna. We've got SIDAT, Southern Interior Development Initiative Trust. That's the Okanagan. We've got Central Okanagan Economic Development Commission, the UBC Okanagan Northern Development, the BC Resource Coalition, the Niska government, and that's the list. And of course, Honourable Speaker, the engagement continues. It's ongoing, certainly I know that we all wish we would have been able to travel the province and meet people face to face. But with the challenges we have through COVID, it made it a little more challenging. But that being said, our engagements continue.
Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So my question wasn't so much which organizations did the minister talk to. I know how engagement works. I did a lot of it when I was a minister, and you send out letters, and your ministry staff makes some phone calls and so forth, and you put a check mark in the box next to, I talked to Accelerate Okanagan. What I was looking for was, did the ministry do any research or any surveys or any efforts that actually generate the data that is helping inform the shaping of NBC and its investment criteria, and specifically to ensure that companies that are outside of the Lower Mainland, emerging tech companies in rural parts of the province and smaller non-Lower Mainland urban centers have access to these NBC funds. I didn't really hear an answer to that part of, or that was the question I was asking, so the minister can try again. But I wanted to ask the minister this question as well. Can the minister confirm that NBC will be investing in both startups and scale-ups, and that will be a key investment or part of the investment framework moving forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And The member talked about the engagement that he did when he was a minister. I'm sure it was more than just checking boxes. Certainly what we were doing is more than checking boxes. The team has been doing extensive formal market sounding, both on governance as well as the investment principles, and that market sounding helped shape the legislation and what we've brought forward. And the other question the member had was, will this fund be available to startups? And the answer is yes. The fund will be available to both startups and scale-up companies.
Member.
Could the minister advise the House what he understands to be the failure rate of startup tech companies?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And we don't have the number he's looking for right now. Staff advised me they don't have that on their fingertips. But I guess I kind of know where the question is going. And so the answer to the question he may want to ask is early stage investment could be placed through fund managers, and that could happen through in BC as well.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Well, I think it should concern British Columbians that the minister presiding over the creation of NBC, a scheme that will take $500 million of taxpayers' money and invest in high-risk venture capital investments, and he can call it patient capital or whatever. These are venture capital investments. They're high risk. Not being able to actually reference what the failure rate is of companies when he's taking $500 million of public funds to invest in these very ventures is quite astonishing. I'll enlighten the minister. The failure rate is about 20% of tech startups in their first year. That grows to about 60% by year 3. It's a high degree of failure rate. That's why it's viewed as one of the riskiest sectors out there from an investment perspective. So with that as the backdrop, what's the context for risk here that the minister has in front of him? What's an acceptable risk, and how is the minister going to ensure that the investment criteria, the framework that is put in place, embodies a level of risk that's worth taking $500 million of public money and knowing that there's going to be a significant number of those companies that aren't going to make it in the first year and a lot more that won't make it to year 3. So the question to the minister is, what's the acceptable level of risk that he and his government is prepared to take with $500 million of taxpayers' money on these venture capital investments?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and welcome to the chair. I think there's a couple things. I'm not making the investment. The Chief Investment Officer and a team around a Chief Investment Officer will be making the investments. Of course, they'll be weighing the risk and opportunities when they're assessing each business opportunity that comes forward. They'll be, of course, co-investing with the private sector, which helps spread the risk. And of course, we also are creating an oversight mechanism with the board, keeping oversight of the decisions that are being made by the Chief Investment Officer and their team.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the minister isn't personally making the investments, but this government is making the gamble. It's the government that's taking $500 million of public funds and putting into this NBC scheme. It's the government that's allowing that amount of taxpayers' money to be put at risk in these venture capital investments. So we can split hairs here if the minister wants to do that, but no one's suggesting that he or anyone in his ministry is actually going to be making the decisions. Of course, we know that's the Chief Investment Officer at the end of the day, but it's the government's gamble with $500 million. I want to move on to just further along this line here. We talked earlier about profitability, or the rate of return, if we call it that, the anticipated rate of return in NBC's portfolio, and several reports have suggested that the minister and government's expected rate of return is 5% across the whole portfolio. Actually, I would like to ask the minister if that number is correct. Does he believe that or is the anticipated rate of return 5% on NBC's investment portfolio? Yes or no? And if it's not, what is the anticipated rate of return that the minister has in his foreview here relative to a $500 million investment or risking of public funds through this NBC scheme?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I think it's important to remind the member that this type of fund exists in other parts of the world. I've highlighted to him Denmark, Ireland, Scotland, Singapore, many countries have had funds like this with similar mandates for over a decade, have been quite successful. And so maybe I don't agree with his labeling it in such dire straits. So we have seen this fund work and drive innovation and clean growth in many countries around the world. And we based the number that he refers to off of, it's kind of in between what we saw between Denmark and Ireland on their returns. So I believe Ireland or Denmark's numbers percentage was coming back at about 4.5%, and Ireland was around 6%. So we use 5% for the business case for NBC.
Member.
So what is the exact anticipated rate of return? Is it 5%? Is it 5.5%? Is it 5.2%? What is the anticipated rate of return? It's a basic question at this stage of the game when we're talking about $500 million at stake.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So the target that we set just for the business case was 4.7%. But there's going to be a lot more work to be done on that once we've finished the investment policy framework. And of course, the member knows that work is ongoing. And for the business case, we based it off of returns seen in both Denmark and Ireland.
Member.
Mr. Chair, again, I think there's a whole bunch of folks that aren't going to be sure whether to cry or to laugh. I mean, to say that we're putting $500 million on the table that will be invested in risky venture capital investments. That there's essentially, as the minister just stated, a 4.7% rate of return, although that's a anticipated, projected draft. There's more work to do on this. I find preposterous at this point. Denmark's rate of return, he mentions 4.5%. The Ireland Strategic Investment Fund actually has a historical rate of return of about 3.1% since inception. And in Ireland's case, that's lower than inflation, which was 10.5% in that same time period. So I think this is part of where the rubber's hitting the road here on the concerns that I think are rightfully placed about taking $500 million of public funds for an expected rate of return, and pick whichever number you want that we've just talked about, whether it's Ireland's 3.1 or Denmark's 4.5 or the 5% that has been out in media reports, or the 4.7% that the minister just threw out there, although that's draft. That's going to be refined more moving forward. I guess the the question is, does the minister believe that for the risk that taxpayers are being asked to take on $500 million, 20% of tech startups fail in their first year, 60% fail in their first 3 years. For the risk that's associated with these investments, does the minister is the minister comfortable with an anticipated rate of return on these on the portfolio of investments that will be on the table here of this 4 to 6% range? Is the minister comfortable with that? Is he comfortable with that risk-benefit ratio for the taxpayers of British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I hope the member will excuse me for not believing his numbers. I think we'll believe the Irish Strategic Investment Fund on the number that they've given us, which in fact I even stated it wrong. I said 6%, it was 7.6%, and that number's come from the Irish Strategic Investment Fund themselves. So I think one of the important pieces here, Honourable Speaker, and the member frames it as in just for profit. Again, this is impact investing. This is a triple bottom line. I think partly the challenge that we've seen in the marketplace, the reason why this type of fund exists, is that a lot of investors are looking at just the profit. They're looking at how much money they could make in a quick turnaround, and there's a real gap in providing patient capital over a long term. And this is not just about a profit. This is about people, it's about our planet, and finding the innovation that's needed to advance the well-being of British Columbians, the well-being of our planet. It's about scaling and anchoring companies here in British Columbia, ensuring good paying job opportunities here in British Columbia. It's about distributed growth, and it's about climate change. And so those are the policy focuses of this fund. It's not just profit.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it sounds like this whole going to go way out there. This concept of rate of return is just is barely going to be a target. It's not even really a target with this government's approach. We're certainly not any suggestion of a rate of return across this portfolio. It doesn't seem to be based on any forecasts. It would sound like the rate of return may shift dramatically based on changes to the investment framework, the investment policy as well. The minister, again, I'd ask the question, but I'm not sure if I'd get an answer other than we don't have these numbers in the ministry, which is again shocking. For what we're talking about here today, which is $500 million of public funds, not to be invested in healthcare or to go towards helping struggling businesses in the Cariboo or in Coquitlam today that are barely making ends meet, but to go into high-risk investments, a significant percentage of which are going to fail. The average venture capital firm expects a rate of return on their investment portfolio of somewhere in that range of about 25%, some as high as 30%. Some are a bit lower, which means that the NDP's performance expectation is about 5 to 6 times less than the venture capital firms out there. And I get the minister's continuous assertion that this is patient capital, this is about the planet, this is about filling a void that exists in capital markets, which again is questionable. And a member from Saanich North Islands asked some relevant questions about that earlier. But this is also public funds. These are taxpayers' dollars. So I guess the question, the next question I would ask would be, contrasted against the venture capital firms, which have an expectation of 25%, 30% rate of return on their portfolio, contrasted against the S&P 500's historical annual average rate of return of about 13.6%, contrasted against those examples, those benchmarks, is the fact that the NDP's expectation is going to be 5-6 times less than that rate of return really acceptable for taxpayers to assume that risk, and is the best explanation of this really that the government is expecting has a low expectation of much of a rate of return on these investments in order to facilitate the government's policy objectives, which don't seem to be placing the respect for the taxpayer and the taxpayer's dollars here, $500 million worth, anywhere near the top of that priority list.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I'll take this back to the main purpose of this fund. This fund is about investing in BC companies. That's what we're doing here. We're investing in our BC companies, in the innovation of our BC companies. The member mentioned, money could be going to healthcare, it could be going to employment opportunities. This money is going to those things. This money is going, this patient capital can go to an innovation that will help improve health outcomes. It can go towards an innovation that will help create employment opportunities for Indigenous communities or communities throughout the province. Give opportunities for women-led businesses, Honourable Speaker. So this is about investing in our planet. It's about investing in our people, in our BC companies. And so I'm quite proud of this. I'm quite proud of this investment. And again, I highlight again to the member, we're not the first jurisdiction to do this. This type of fund exists in other jurisdictions. Denmark is quite successful. Ireland is very successful. Scotland is very successful. Singapore is incredibly successful. The jurisdictions that have these type of funds are not backing away from them. In fact, more jurisdictions are going in this direction. And so this is what's needed, Honourable Speaker, to address the challenges that we see in a society. If we want to support the innovation required to address climate change, it's going to require patient capital. This is well understood. And so I'm not sure what entirely the member's question was, but I tried to give him a few things there to hopefully answer some of those concerns he may have.
Member.
Well, I was talking about if it's really truly the government's policy priorities here, which are tilting the balance away from profitability, return on investment, ensuring that we're stretching every tax dollar, every public dollar as far as we possibly can to maximize the benefit for all British Columbians. Or if the minister believes that the importance of a financial lens on this, financial imperatives on this are much lesser important than the achievement of the government's policy goals. That's what I was getting at. And I'll ask it again in the context of the section that we're on, Section 4. Section 4, subsection 1 says the purposes of the corporation are as follows. A, to make investments that achieve a financial return. And B, to make investments that support the social, economic, and environmental policy objectives of the government. I'm trying to understand, what is the financial return that is anticipated? And what is that balance that the government is going to strike in this NBC scheme between that requirement in Section 4.1a for a financial return, don't know what the level of return is because it's not indicated anywhere, and the support for the government's policy priority areas. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of in this particular line of questioning. So I'll put it to the minister one more time. What is that balance between those two things? Because it's not specified in the legislation.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And we are tilting the balance. We're tilting the balance towards the planet. We're tilting the balance towards our people. We're tilting the balance toward distributed growth, to inclusive growth, Honourable Speaker. So the member is correct, we are tilting the balance. We know there's a need for this kind of patient capital to tilt that balance towards the values of British Columbians, and that's what we're doing. So profit is obviously a key component of it. It's planet, profit, and people. But we are tilting the balance, and that's what this fund is trying to do. And it's what the fund will do. It's been successful in other jurisdictions. Again, I'll highlight for the member, we're not the first jurisdiction to do a fund like this. This is not groundbreaking for the world. No one, this is not the first time the world has seen a fund like this. In fact, Denmark, Ireland, Scotland, and Singapore are just a few that have been very successful for over a decade, and we're proud of the direction we're going.
Member.
Well, thank you, Chair. Look, I think we're at an impasse here in the sense that the minister seems to think that an anticipated rate of return in that 3 to 5% range, 6%, for the risk that taxpayers are being asked to take with $500 million is acceptable. I do not. Our caucus does not. And just to set the record straight on the Ireland Strategic Investment Fund, the 6.2% return that the minister mentioned moments ago was for 2020. That was at a time when most other markets had actually gained by 15 to 30%, and the average annual return on the Ireland Strategic Investment Fund since 2015 has been 3.1%. We're also getting that data from the Ireland Strategic Investment Fund. He thinks that a rate of return of 3.1% for the level of risk that's attached to these investments is an acceptable risk to take, that's responsible. We do not. Point of difference. But I want to reiterate that the minister can talk about, he can use phrases like patient capital, and he can talk about the people in the planet and so forth. The service plan for in BC is actually quite an enlightening document. It actually uses phrases that the minister doesn't want to apparently acknowledge actually form a lot of the foundational thinking for NBC, but it says on page 6 of NBC's service plan, with respect to key risks identified for the upcoming fiscal year, it says, with respect to returns, and I quote, venture capital is a high-risk asset class that does not afford guaranteed returns. A high-risk asset class, and there's the evil two words, venture capital, that's mentioned there. Venture capital is referenced throughout this service plan. Page 13, in a note underneath the financial summary for the corporation, it says, and I quote, NBC does not include revenue from venture capital investments when forecasting due to the variable and unpredictable nature of the investments and associated distributions. This is an extremely high-risk scheme that's being set up here for maybe, in the Ireland example, a 3.1% rate of return over the past 5 to 6 years on an average basis. So we differ on whether or not that's an acceptable risk for taxpayers. And when we ask if, the minister keeps talking about people, planet, and profit, and then on the planet aspect of this, we ask, well, are the Clean BC targets, the emission reductions targets, intertwined at all with NBC's investment criteria and targets? No, they're not. This all seems to be nebulous and notional and whatnot, or it's coming. But we're being asked to vote on or endorse and support a piece of legislation where these details are so sorely lacking. So I'd ask the minister this question: the NBC service plan, and again, this is on page 6, states that a J-curve effect is anticipated for NBC's returns, and again it says, quote, negative returns may occur in early years, gains occur in later years as portfolio companies mature and exit, end quote. So does this mean that NBC will be using an exit value-based system to determine the value of investment targets?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And so NBC obviously is committed to long-term investments, and we understand the J-curve effect. And so we're not looking for quick exits in this fund. And I think it's important to highlight, and the member talks about risk and when the returns will come. I think the member probably knows this, but if he doesn't, I'll share that the BC Tech Fund launched in 2016 and has yet to turn a profit. It's just coming out of the J-curve now, 5 years later. And so I'm sure he had similar concerns then, but we're very aware of this, and again, look forward to any follow-up questions the member may have.
Member Kamloops South Thompson on Clause 4.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to really make sure that we're clear on this point. Is the minister aware that the typical venture capital exit value method is based on the company being acquired and exiting the market? If the minister does agree with that, if an exit is the objective, whether it's in 3 years, 5 years, or longer, then how does that jive with the other significantly and often stated objective of this fund to anchor companies here in British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and perhaps I'm not fully understanding the question, so the member can maybe elaborate on that. But the objective of this fund is to help to see companies self-anchor here. We want to see them kind of connect within the community, stay, and self-adhere to the community, and see them put in roots and grow here. And so maybe if the member elaborates on his question, I might be able to better understand what he's going at.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the typical exit, or the typical venture capital exit value method is based on the company being acquired and exiting the market. So to put that in maybe in the layman's terms for everyone watching, it's that the typical objective for most tech companies is to grow as quickly as possible, and all the while attracting multiple multiple rounds of investment, different series of investment, with venture capital firms and angel investors and other. I mean, you typically start with friends and family. They call it love money, and then you move to angel investors, and then you move to the more sophisticated institutional investing and venture capital firms and so forth. But every level of investor expects a return on their investment at some point. And the typical opportunity for that return on investment happens through an exit, meaning the company is acquired, it's acquired, or there's a merger, or there's some other activity that takes place, buys out the shareholders. When that happens, often we see those companies in question end up no longer being located in British Columbia, or the headquarters might remain here, but there's a significant growth in operational capacity in other jurisdictions around the world, or the headquarters leaves British Columbia, but there's still an operational capacity for delivering product and services here in British Columbia. I'm trying to understand if this exit value-based method of capturing the valuation and capturing that value and exiting is the approach that NBC will take, or if there will be some other approach. If it's to help companies grow to get to a point where they end up being acquired, because the minister has made very clear public statements that there's no strings attached in terms of precluding subsequent rounds of investment from being made in these companies. At some point, there's going to be an expectation of an exit. And that company may, at that point, no longer be based in British Columbia. So the question was, how does that reality jive with the objective and the goal of this government to anchor these companies here in British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And sorry, there's a bit of an echo there in my head, my earphones. Thank you for that. I think the members are implying that that an exit will mean the companies will leave, and certainly that is not how we view it. You know, we have seen companies that have been bought by other jurisdictions, but they've scaled to the size where, and they're attached to their workforce, or maybe have the manufacturing capacity built here. You know, there's a strong ecosystem, and they still stay. And so we don't necessarily see that as being the only challenge, but the member may have been implying something different in his question.
Member.
No, I wasn't implying that automatically companies will leave British Columbia. There are many examples of BC companies that do the acquiring, and I think whether we agree that the in-BC scheme is the way to go about it or not, I think we all share the objective here of wanting to see BC companies not just start up here in British Columbia in large numbers. We're actually pretty good at that in this province, but also scale up and move to that next level and do the acquiring and be engaged in those, in leading, they'll be the leading entity in mergers and so forth. But let's talk about anchoring. The initial backgrounder for NBC defines anchoring as, and I quote, companies that maintain their head offices and senior decision makers here, pay taxes, and develop the skills and capacity of their BC workforce, end quote. So the question to the minister, is that still how he would define this commitment to anchoring? And the second part of that question would be what mechanisms will the government have at its disposal, if any, to enforce or to do as much as it can to ensure that these anchoring objectives are actually achieved. And if a company receives in-BC investment, moves to the next level, and then is acquired and leaves British Columbia, are there any ramifications for that whatsoever?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So we see that by investing directly in BC companies, NBC will have a seat at the table. And so if a company is approached by a foreign buyer about selling or leaving the jurisdiction, NBC will be able to participate in and influence that discussion. And we acknowledge that we may not have enough seats on the board to block that move, but we will have a say in that decision. And across the portfolio, I think we'll also be able to gather intelligence about what the issues are and why this is happening. And further to that, I think the objective here is to help our companies scale up, so that they get to a certain size and a certain footprint that they want to stay, and we want to try to make it sticky for these companies and find ways for them to get big enough that they're anchored and they stay here in British Columbia.
Member.
To the minister, the NBC backgrounder states, and I quote, these investments would be complementary to private investment and would be on the same terms as the private investment, end quote. So first part of the question, is that still the intention moving forward? And secondly, if the investments are on the same terms as private investment, then what is really serving to anchor that company here in British Columbia, recognizing that most private sector venture capital firms and other financial institutions that would be participating in these in leveraging these investments are going to want to see a return on their investment at some point, which is typically provided for through an exit of that company.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And you know, the intention here is obviously to co-invest with private capital, and each party will have slightly different terms in that investment. I think the member understands that. Although the members focused on just private or just venture capital, I think he should also understand that there's opportunities with public funds as well. BDC Capital, there's the Canada Infrastructure Fund, EDC. So there's public funds as well that would want to invest, co-invest along with the decisions that NBC makes as well.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. This next question, it kind of involves the same topic. There's 4 parts to it, so I'll be really quick, and perhaps the minister can then just answer each piece in his subsequent answer. First is the intention here for NBC to spread this $500 million around as many companies as possible, or to participate in multiple rounds of investment with the same company? And I appreciate that you know, there's every situation will be unique and so forth, but again, this comes back to policy objectives of the NBC you know, framework here. Does the minister envision NBC as a default trying to spread the money as widely as possible, or to go deep into a smaller number of companies through multiple rounds with those companies? Number one. Number two, will the government, can the government be bought out of its shares by investors in subsequent rounds? So if NBC participates in a Series A round or a Series B round, can a subsequent investment round and the investors participating in that round buy out the government or the NBC position? Thirdly, can a tech company that's received funding or investment through NBC just simply pay back the funds to NBC whenever it wants to? And third, if a company, fourth, if a company moves out of British Columbia after having received an investment from NBC, and I think we've established that there really will be nothing that will be holding that company back. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but there really is nothing that the government will be able to, unless the government has participated in multiple rounds such that the government through NBC ends up with a majority of the board seats in a particular company. But if that company moves out of British Columbia after receiving NBC investment, would it be a policy imperative of NBC to divest itself of the shares in that company, or sell dispose of those shares in the company which has left the province after receiving the NBC investment?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And so four questions there. I think one of the things I'll say off the top is we've been clear from the beginning that NBC will invest up and down on the capital structure, can invest up and down the capital structure. So, but each of these things is, each of the questions is case by case. And so, for example, the first question was around, trying to read my handwriting. Will the NBC try to invest in many companies or multiple rounds with the same company? And so I think the answer there, Honourable Speaker, is that NBC will have the scope for follow-on investments. And of course, this is something that the Chief Investment Officer will have to decide on when, obviously, upon reviewing the investment policy statement or the document. The second question was, can government be bought out? I want to say, for example, second round. And this one is similar to the question number 3 in the answer. It depends on the terms. So it depends on the nature of the investment. It depends on when NBC wants to exit. So it depends on a few variables, and that's certainly the same with the third question about the payback option. I mean, if it's a loan, yes, but if it's equity, it's not that. It's quite that simple. And of course, the terms and conditions will be made by the Chief Investment Officer, and so it's case by case. The fourth question was around if a company moves out of BC. And again, it depends on the nature of the investment, and that work on the investment policy is still happening and still has to be set.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, those I think were responses that, frankly, I was anticipating. It will depend on the term sheets and the specific circumstances of each company. But the point I was trying to make is that at the end of the day, the goal of the objective of anchoring businesses in British Columbia, as stated in the background, or in the context of companies maintaining their head offices and senior decision makers here, paying taxes and developing the skills and capacity of the BC workforce, are really that, their goals. There is nothing that's going to be much different here in terms of this approach, this NBC scheme, really enhancing the likelihood of success on these anchoring objectives in comparison to investments being made through more traditional means, in venture capital companies and so forth. So I think it's important that that be established because, again, the broader discussion here is, should government be taking $500 million and risking on these kinds of venture capital investments when one of the oft-stated goals of doing so when this was launched was to anchor businesses in British Columbia. I think it's just important for British Columbians to know that there's really nothing that's happening here through NBC and how this is being structured that is going to provide a greater likelihood of that anchoring to take place. So certainly hope I'm wrong. We all want these companies to be anchored here for the long term and grow here, but I don't think there's anything extraordinary happening here in how this is being structured that's going to make that a reality as a default. I just have a couple of questions, final questions on Section 4, and then we'll be able to move on to subsequent sections. I just want to ask the Minister this question. Will UNDRIP compliance be a prerequisite for investment decisions? And secondly, will Indigenous consultation be undertaken on all investment decisions, each and every investment decisions, or just on the investment policy framework?
Minister, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To the member's question, so First Nations won't be consulted on individual investment decisions. That is something that is squarely in the decision of the Chief Investment Officer. We are engaging right now on the investment policy statement, and that conversation is ongoing.
Member.
What happens if a First Nation actually objects to an investment that is made by NBC? Would that investment decision, after announced, would it be reversed, or does the investment decision that was made stand?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think the answer is in the earlier answer I gave, which is we won't be consulting on individual decisions made by the Chief Investment Officer, but we are engaging with First Nations communities right now on the investment policy statement.
Member on Clause 4.
Yeah, last question on Clause 4, and I have no questions on Clause 5, so then we can move to Clause 6 after this question. Can the Minister confirm that First Nations were, or the necessary engagement consultation with First Nations was undertaken on this specific piece of legislation that is before the House today?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So yes, we engage with Indigenous political organizations, economic development corporations, nations, and individuals. Obviously, this conversation is ongoing, as I've mentioned, and we're going to continue to engage on the investment policy statement, which I think is important.
Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. Carried. Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. Carried. Shall Clause 6, Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So we're now into Part 3 of the bill, Bill 5, Part 3 dealing with governance. So we've got a number of questions here. Section 6 specifically deals with the Board of Directors. So I guess, right off the top, I think a question that a lot of people would like an answer to is, while the Minister has said many times that the Board of Directors for NBC is independent, or will be independent, and then when it was announced, the appointments were announced that it was independent, when you actually look at the 9 members that have been appointed to NBC's board, it's pretty hard to come to the conclusion that this board is actually going to be independent. Now, no disrespect is intended towards any of the individuals that have been appointed. Certainly have respect for the 2 deputy ministers who I absolutely understand operate in a nonpartisan manner, worked with our former government and so forth. But these senior civil servants will do, they will do what is expected of them. They will do what they're told to do. Any suggestion otherwise is folly. Carol James was appointed. She is a former finance minister and leader of the NDP. Hardly independent from the NDP government. In addition to the 2 deputy ministers and Carol James, you have Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives senior economist, Glika Ivanova, and a special advisor to the Jobs Minister, Glenn Lougheed, who's we're supposed to believe are going to be independent of the minister, independent of government, with respect to their roles as members of the board of NBC. So I guess the obvious first question is how does the minister seriously think that British Columbians are going to view this board, a former NDP leader, two senior civil servants that report to this government, a senior economist with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, a left-wing think tank, and an individual who is appointed as a senior advisor to the Minister of Jobs himself. How does the minister actually think that British Columbians are going to look at this board and say, yeah, it looks pretty independent to me?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. And I guess I'll try to go at a few of these, few of the pieces that he mentioned. He mentions the two deputy ministers, and I know he's worked with them. But to suggest they'll do the government's bidding is, I think, false. They're public servants. They do what's in the best interest of the public. They provide fair and accurate information. If the member has experience where it's not the case, he can share. But certainly my experience and experience of my colleagues is that the deputy ministers are of the utmost integrity. Certainly these two deputy ministers in particular, and he's highlighted that one of the deputy ministers, which happens to be my deputy minister, also served as the ADM to former Premier Christy Clark, and I'm sure gave good, honest advice and treated the responsibility of that position with the utmost integrity. And I think that I appreciate the member's comments that he doesn't want to degrade anyone's position and the work they do. And so I think he'll agree with me that having a deputy minister, two deputy ministers who are there for the public interest, who will not turn a blind eye if they see something inappropriate. And that's because of the integrity of these two individuals. He mentioned the member of the board, which is on the Centre for Policy Alternatives. If he knows anything or follows anything regarding this member, he'll know that this person does not hold back commentary and critiques on anyone. And certainly is on the record many, many times of being critical of our government and the previous government and every government if that person believes that it's not being, that issues are not being advanced as far as their employment goes. And so to suggest that there's some sort of insider is utterly false. And I'll just put on the record that the special advisor, as he mentioned, and I won't say the name out of respect for the individual, but since becoming minister, I haven't had a chance to have a meeting with that individual. Was an advisor to the previous Minister for Jobs, Economic Recovery, or at that time JEDI, but certainly hasn't been an advisor to me in my role. And that being said, it's critically important, and the member knows that we're in this section here. This board is not allowed to interfere or even direct the chief investment officer in their decision making. It's an oversight body. one of the many mechanisms that we have in place. I'm proud of the board. It's a phenomenal board with great experience. I'm sure that they will do the public duty that they have been asked to with the utmost integrity. And as for the former Minister of Finance, I think that the member would agree with me that she has carried her duties with the highest level of integrity and is respected and well loved by all British Columbians, and people appreciate, all members across all this House appreciate the work and the integrity that she puts into everything she does, and for her to accept this role, while dealing with many challenges in her life, it goes to show how passionate she is about the importance of this kind of fund that will help advance the planet, help advance our people, and bring a return to the people of British Columbia.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, in terms of the two senior civil servants, this isn't about, as the minister described it. It's not about, quote, turning a blind eye, end quote. This is about ensuring true independence, which means not necessarily doing what the minister or the government would like to see the board do at a particular time. There's nothing in this act that precludes a minister from having conversations with members of the board. There's nothing in this act that says the civil servants or any of the other board members can't have conversations. And I'm just suggesting that while the two senior civil servants who are highly accomplished, while they will approach the role as members of the board from a place of professionalism and respect for their offices and so forth, they're going to end up doing what the government wants the board to do. And there's no mechanisms built into this to prevent that from happening. I won't make further comments about Carol James. She is respected by everyone in this House, but that doesn't take away from the fact that she's a lifelong New Democrat, a former leader of the NDP, a former finance minister and deputy premier for this NDP government. That just, in and of itself, ended discussion. How can she possibly be viewed as someone who's going to be independent from government? The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives individual, again. This isn't about questioning that individual's integrity or whatnot. It's about highlighting a fact. She is a senior member of a widely known and very activist left-wing think tank, and she's on the board. And we're somehow supposed to believe that she's going to be independent in her thinking in terms of being independent from what government wants to see happen. We've got the special advisor to the jobs minister. I didn't even mention Kevin Campbell, who has apparently donated $60,300 to the NDP over his lifetime. Somehow we're supposed to believe that he's going to be independent in his thinking in terms of what government wants this board to do. So it just seems like if the minister is truly believes what he says around the importance of independence, one of the most visible aspects of any organization in terms of independence is ensuring that the people you put on your board of directors are truly going to be are going to live up to that, are going to be independent. And there's 5 or 6 individuals that I've just mentioned out of 9 that. I think without casting any aspersions on anyone personally, it's hard to buy the case that this board is going to be independent from government. I did want to ask two related questions. One is, again, no disrespect intended to Carol James as I ask this question, but I think it's an important question. With Carol James being appointed to the board, was she required to clear any lobbying or conflict of interest checks prior to her appointment? She's going to have an important role in hiring the chief investment officer, which will be all about making investments in venture in private companies and so forth. So I just want to understand if there was anything there that needed to be undertaken to facilitate her appointment to the board. If there isn't, then the minister can just say that there was nothing, or there's nothing there, and I will take him at his face value on that. But then the other question is, why did the minister make these appointments before the legislation had actually even made its way through this legislative chamber? Like, why jump the gun on this and just sort of presuppose that this place was going to just sort of rubber stamp this? I know they've got a large majority and the legislation is going to make its way through here, but why would the minister not have paid the respect to this institution to say, you know what, I'm going to make appointments to the board, only after the legislation creating the board in the first place it has actually taken place. And he may come back and say, well, legally the corporation, the board as structured in this legislation doesn't take effect until the legislation passes, and all we did was just announce names. We haven't appointed anybody technically yet. Fair enough, but why not wait? Just respect this place, respect the process, wait for there to be a vigorous debate on this legislation, which I think we're having today, and then announce appointments to the Board of Directors for NBC.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the tone of the Honourable Member, but he's trying to have it both ways. He's trying to say at the same time that these folks can't be independent in their thinking and can't provide that oversight because they perhaps in one case, because this person has left-wing views. So this person has left-wing views, and so this person can't provide oversight. I mean, what if the person had right-wing views? Could the person do a good job on the board if they had right-wing views? And so what the person's views are on the political spectrum, which, you know, even now is changing, you know, shouldn't have anything to do with whether they can provide fair oversight. And the member mentions our deputy ministers and said they'll do the government's bidding. They have a responsibility to do the right thing. Again, if the member has personal experiences of the opposite, he's more than welcome to share his experience, but certainly not my experience. He mentioned Kevin Campbell. He's the board of director of Haywood Securities. He's managing director of investment banking. You know, the chair is the CEO of the largest credit union in North America. Has great experience on impact investing. And so, you know, I think you can't have it both ways. You can't say that I'm not saying that they can't have independent views, at the same time say I don't think that they can, and they're not going to do their what their responsibility is in this in BC to provide oversight. Again, the member will know in the legislation it clearly says that they cannot direct as board members, just as I can't, just as any other government official can't. Chief investment officer will make decisions on investment policy on their own. The member asked a question, I think a fair question, regarding members and disclosure of conflicts. The honourable member will know that every person through the Cadbro process has to go through a process of disclosure of conflict. So that's a requirement. And the member will also know, we're not at that point yet, but section 11.4 has in it that says, without limiting subsections 2 and 3, the board must pass bylaws that establish a policy applicable to directors and senior officers on the disclosure of interests and handling of conflicts of interest. So we put that into the legislation as well.
Member, last question before we move. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you know, at the end of the day, we're talking about whether someone will have a default or an allegiance to the government's view of the world, and whether that's through one's employment and the role that they have within a government, or whether that's someone in an organization like the Centre for Policy Alternatives, which is clearly an organization aligned with the NDP. It's those political views which are the dominant voice on this board, the majority voice on this board. And so all we're saying is any suggestion that this board is therefore independent is frankly ridiculous. And that's unfortunate. So I guess my last question would be did the minister post these board of director positions on the board resourcing office website, which is a very standard practice when looking for a board appointees? Did these positions get posted? And if not, why not?
Just clarification, Kamloops South Thompson, is this your last question on clause 6 or your last question for today?
On both.
On
the
both?
last question on clause 6.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Minister, and please allow me to conduct the vote on Clause 6 before you make the motion. So just answer the question, and then I'll...
Oh, I see.
I'll do the motion.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Honourable Speaker. And I'll just finish the comment again on the left-wing views, right-wing views. We don't ask people about their view, left-wing or right-wing. We don't judge by their employment on their view. In fact, we have people in government that have all views. We have people who worked for many organizations, whether it's a Broadband Institute, whether it's CFIB, whether it's the Fraser Institute. We have deputy ministers who worked for all these organizations. Yet we respect their opinions and we respect that they come with good intentions to the work they do. And so in the question around the board, Cadborough has a standing process where people can go online and express interest in whatever board that they would like to participate in. And that process obviously is in effect here as well. And they're responsible for public sector organization governance support, which includes overseeing the recruitment and recommendation of candidates for appointments to Crown Corps, agencies, boards, and commissions, providing public sector governance, advice, and training.
Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. Carried. I invite the minister now to make the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Honourable members, a vote is about to take place. If you would please prepare your voting cards if you are remotely watching and participating. The question is the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again. Those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Carried.
Committee Chair.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole rises on Bill 5, asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Minister?
Sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Committee on Bill 13.
Committee Chair.
Members, honourable members, pursuant to sessional order, a deferred division will take place shortly on the amendment proposed by the Leader of the Third Party to Clause 2 of Bill 13, Employment Standards Amendment Act No. 2, 2021. The amendment was distributed to all members and appears on the order paper for this afternoon's sitting. I would like to remind members participating remotely that they must now enable their video. Honourable members, pursuant to sessional order, the committee stands recessed until 6:10 p.m.
Babchuk.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
Honorable members, I call the committee back to order. Thank you so much. The division will proceed in 5 minutes. As soon as I figure out how to ring the bells. I haven't had much practice in that yet. Honorable members, for those of you participating remotely, apparently some of you don't have your cameras on. If you please put your cameras on so the clerks can recognize you for the vote. Thank you so much. Members will now proceed with the division. The question is on the amendment proposed by the Leader of the Third Party to Clause 2 of Bill Number 13, Employment Standards Amendment Act Number 2, 2021. The clerk will now conduct a roll call division in alphabetical order by caucus, beginning with the Government Caucus. Members, please clearly state "I vote aye" or "I vote nay" when your name is called by the clerk. I remind all members participating remotely that they must unmute their microphone when their name is called by the clerk. The voting cards cannot be used for the formal division calls. The clerk will now conduct the division.
Mike Farnworth.
I vote nay.
Pam Alexis.
I vote nay.
Brittany Anderson.
I vote nay.
Michelle Babchuk.
I vote nay.
Brenda Bailey.
I vote nay.
Harry Baines.
I vote nay.
Lisa Bear.
Vote nay.
Gary Begg.
I vote nay.
Jagrup Brar.
I vote nay.
Spencer Chandra Herbert.
I vote nay.
Susie Chant.
I vote nay.
Katrina Chen.
I vote nay.
George Chow.
I vote nay.
Katrine Conroy.
I vote nay.
Dan Coulter.
I vote nay.
Nathan Cullen.
I vote nay.
Mitzi Dean.
I vote nay.
Bob Deeth.
I vote nay.
Adrian Dix.
I vote nay.
Finn Donnelly.
I vote nay.
Megan Dykman.
I vote nay.
David Eby.
I vote nay.
Mabel Elmore.
I vote nay.
Rick Glumac.
I vote nay.
Kelly Green.
I vote nay.
George Heyman.
I vote nay.
John Horgan.
I vote nay.
Ravi Kalan.
I vote nay.
Ann Kang.
I vote nay.
Ronna Ray Leonard.
I vote nay.
Grace Lohr.
I vote nay.
Bowen Ma.
I vote nay.
Sheila Malcolmson.
I vote nay.
Melanie Mark.
I vote nay.
Andrew Mercier.
I vote nay.
Josie Osborne.
I vote nay.
Kelly Padden.
I vote nay.
Lana Popham.
I vote nay.
Bruce Ralston.
I vote nay.
Murray Rankin.
I vote nay.
Jennifer Rice.
Next vote.
Jennifer Rice.
I vote nay. Apologies.
Selena Robinson.
I vote nay.
Janet Routledge.
I vote nay.
Doug Routley.
I vote nay.
Rolly Russell.
I vote nay.
Harwinder Sandhu.
I vote nay.
Nikki Sharma.
I vote nay.
Nicholas Simons.
I vote nay.
Ginny Sims.
I vote nay.
Aman Singh.
I vote nay.
Rashna Singh.
I vote nay.
Mike Starchuk.
I vote nay.
Adam Walker.
I vote nay.
Jennifer Whiteside.
I vote nay.
Henry Yao.
I vote nay.
Peter Millibar.
I vote yea.
Dan Ashton.
I vote yea.
Bruce Banman.
I vote yea.
Mike Bernier.
I vote aye.
Mike Bernier.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Shirley Bond.
I vote aye.
Stephanie Kajou.
I vote aye.
Doug Klovchuk.
I vote aye.
Dan Davies.
I vote aye.
Michael DeYoung.
I vote aye.
Lauren Dirksen.
I vote aye.
Trevor Halford.
I vote aye.
Corinne Kirkpatrick.
I vote aye.
Greg Kylo.
I vote aye.
Michael Lee.
I vote aye.
Renee Merrifield.
I vote aye.
Mike Morris.
I vote aye.
Coralie Oakes.
I vote aye.
Ian Payton.
I vote aye.
Ellis Ross.
I vote aye.
John Rustad.
I vote aye.
Tom Shapitka.
I vote aye.
Ben Stewart.
I vote aye.
Todd Stone.
I vote aye.
Jordan Sturdy.
I vote aye.
Jackie Taggart.
I vote aye.
Teresa Watt.
I vote aye.
Andrew Wilkinson.
I vote aye.
Sonia Furstenau.
I vote aye.
Adam Olson.
I vote aye.
Those voting yea: Millibar, Ashton, Banman, Bernier, Bond, Kajuk, Klovchuk, Davies, DeYoung, Dirksen, Halford, Kirkpatrick, Kylo, Lee, Merrifield, Morris, Oakes, Payton, Ross, Rustad, Shapitka, Stewart, Stone, Sturdy, Taggart, Watt, Wilkinson, Furstenau, and Olson, 29. Those voting nay: Farnworth, Alexis, Anderson, Babchuk, Bailey, Baines, Bear, Begg, Brar, Chandra Herbert, Chant, Chen, Chow, Conroy, Coulter, Cullen, Dean, Deeth, Dix, Donnelly, Dykeman, Eby, Elmore, Glumac, Green, Heyman, Horgan, Callon, Kang, Leonard, Lohr, Ma, Malcolmson, Mark, Mercier, Osborne, Padden, Popham, Ralston, Rankin, Rice, Robinson, Routledge, Routley, Russell, Sandhu, Sharma, Simons, Sims, Aman Singh, Rashna Singh, Starchuk, Walker, Whiteside, and Yao, 55.
The amendment is defeated. I understand the official opposition critic has further questions on Clause 2 of Bill 13, and therefore I invite the Minister of Labour to move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, a vote is about to take place, and those participating remotely should please prepare your voting cards. Members, the question is that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion's carried.
Committee Chair.
Speaker, the Committee of the Whole rises on Bill 13, reports progress, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section C reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy and reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation and asks seek to leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Citizen Services and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Honourable members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
you.